Alright, let's continue our journey into this abyss. See, we were going to do a different paralog and basically save that last one for later. Because my goodness, I cannot deal with it. Let's see, my plan was to let Ferdinand do a lot of the work, I think. Can't remember exactly why. And we're gonna have Petra sprint over here to grab this chest, while somebody here opens the other one. Did they not give somebody else a chest key? Seems I did forget one thing. There we go. Route the enemy or get Ingrid to the target destination. Oh, that's an interesting victory condition.
The more we look into this guy, the more I see he's a monster and no good for my Ingrid.
No kidding. There's no denying it. We better get back to the monastery.
Hold on a minute, you brats.
Oh shit. Why were they not there before?
Hand over the girl.
Usually even at the start they're there. Huh.
Surely you can't mean me. Wait, did he send them?
This jerk figures he can grab Ingrid before things get too messy for him. Of course, we know the truth about him now, and he'll want to kill us and get rid of the evidence. But we'll never let him take Ingrid. Come on, let's hurry! Protect Ingrid! Don't let anyone get near her!
Haha, you'll never escape.
Bet. When Ingrid reaches her destination, you will win the battle. Protect Ingrid from those dastardly rogues. He doesn't auto-move, right?
Ready.
Thank goodness. Kill every enemy in sight, it is. Let's see, all those guys are axe wielders. Seriously, why was I trying to get you stronger again? I honestly cannot remember at all. Oh boy.
Stay focused.
Well, first things first, I'll just open that. Thank you. Ooh, that's pretty good. Oh yeah. We wanted to get his authority up as high as possible.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
These guys are actually pretty scary. He has no chance of critting him though, but he still deals a lot of damage. Can't circle around him, so...
That's my cue.
Thank you.
A few more axe wielders here, but the bow guy is who's in range. Well, we can lure them in. No reason to rush it.
Leave
Get
it
you
to
out of
me.
here.
I'm on it.
Drop you there. With an axe.
Battle.
I will get the victory.
These guys all have Lance Killer, though. Maybe I should have swapped him out of something. Oh well, too late now. An axe.
I'll increase the reward. Now hurry up and capture that girl.
Reinforcements.
That merchant is giving orders to the bandits. I bet if we take him out, reinforcements will cease.
Eh. Those reinforcements aren't too tough.
It is decided.
You idiot.
That is that.
Gotta use your head sometimes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
You should be honored.
So he gets 4 EXP per thing. Let's see. Review here. Review here. Oh, he's got a venom axe. Neat. You should have a javelin to give her, right? Well, that's a shame. Here, take a bow. Better than nothing. Thinking about it, unlimited reinforcements actually works out in our favor, since we want to get Ferdinand to E rank so he has good stride. Oh, they keep coming every turn. Oh no, the poison. Okay, so it doesn't block the follow-up. It only makes it deal less damage. Gotcha. Now I know.
Not worth the risk.
Let's see. Physic. There we go. Full health again. All those guys are
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
axe boys, so... Not axe boys, sword boys.
You are not.
So I'll send Ferdy over this way. Actually, wait. That is a shame. Swift strikes, maybe? Okay, I have a slightly different idea. Lava Javelin. Run like a baby.
Stronger the better.
Enough. There we go. One shot.
Witness frigid pride.
Let's get rid of that archer. I don't like archers.
Oh no.
Yeah, I remember I suddenly remember my original plan. To stride and dash our way over there. Get your axe. Prey ring, that's new. Restores HP each turn. Wonder how that compares to the goddess ring. More than likely, as we get closer to that guy. Oh. Huh. Oh, I should have restored. There we go. All better. You got pass. I don't like that.
Of course I won.
Thanks.
Not quite what I was after.
Right. One more. Go for that one.
You were outmatched.
No doubles, huh? Darn.
Got him!
Yeah, it's on the crap, but whatever.
You fought well.
They really only get one more.
Do it!
So this is what the goddess grants me.
Meaty. Did he really run out of reinforcements? So, awesome.
The mark of nobility.
I think I have to move here, though. Oh no, he would have been fine. That archer makes me a little bit nervous. No damage, 4 damage. Okay, we're good. Okay then, let's move in. Let's get your range. We don't like archers here.
just worked harder. I will not be stopping.
Ooh. The only thing I wish we had was a spellcaster with Fortify that isn't Lane. Let's see, what is their attack like? 0-0. Oh yeah, you have pass. That's a bit of a problem. There you go, Violet. Get the final kill. Well, less final, more just kill. How do I say things?
That is that.
Really? Okay. We have stuff for this. Oh, they got two again.
You fought well.
We got ourselves Astra.
It seems I've exhausted this topic.
I really hope in the next Fire Emblem game they actually, like, if they do keep the combat art style, that they make all of them actually unique and have cool animations.
Enlightening.
That's so far the one real problem with the game, in my opinion.
Not so fast.
The only thing that I would even consider a issue. Pain.
Only a fool challenges me.
We'll get him bird. Oh no, you're gonna kill him. One damage short. It's a shame.
You should be honored.
A little bit more. Really? Why are you attacking him? Because he has lower HP or something?
My heart is full of victory.
Ooh, free double.
Anywhere I can hide.
Do anybody need HP good? He needs HP. He needs HP good.
It's simple logic.
Interesting.
doing?
That was nothing.
Alright, let's take him out.
You are nothing.
I like how the EXP is actually fairly decent. Pretty nice. Ooh, a Venom Edge. This guy with all of his toxins. And at the end of everything, he carries a thing to heal it.
Over already?
She gets like no EXP from these guys. Huh. Kinda sucks. Now then, let's get rid of you.
That went as expected.
Very good. His range is making things annoying.
Victory received.
By poison now. Yay, no poison.
This should work.
Oh, that's no good. There we go. Quick stab. Yeah.
Seems I prevailed.
Let's kill this other bowman. Funny how
What's next?
flyers make for good anti-bowman.
One more success.
Why is the class mastery only going up by 1? Should be going up by 2. It's a little weird. Maybe it's some kind of bug.
This was beneath me.
Huh, everything is reduced to like only 1 now. Very strange. He still gets 2. I'm being robbed.
decided. So obvious.
With a shot, I guess. Doesn't do much for him, but tried. Thought that counts or whatever. And all these other sappy motivational stuffs. Now we're getting to. Why?
I did what I had to.
Okay, Mr. Merchant.
Just give up.
Can we just zap a guy and not kill him?
You are nothing.
Once again, only one. It might be because they're unlimited reinforcements, as a precaution to prevent grinding on them. Maybe they only let you get one point per thing on it. But it also makes sense why we get only 1 EXP
I will
from some of
not
these guys.
be stopping.
Yeah, only one.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
So let me guess. We move on to the next area and the other area will start having reinforcements, right? Just a series of breaking through reinforcements. Brigands. Got Bishop, got Renewal.
Practice does make perfect.
There. That's pretty much all you can do. Reinforcements. Well, this map really loves its reinforcements. Let's see. Just enough. Goodbye.
The mark of nobility.
He got his B rank. Now we can actually do that mission, I think.
Wait for my next brawl.
Ouch.
War feeds my body and mind.
I feel like we're evening out with the good and bad level ups. We're breaking even.
I will remove you! Flame spirit protect me.
Let's keep at it.
So obvious. Don't work.
Ouch. Okay. There's 3 archers here.
I aim for greatness.
Alright. All yours, Bernie.
Am I done yet?
Should we use him or should we use Violet?
That is that.
Okay, Sylvain, you're going on a mission. You're going to go kill that one guy in the corner. Oh shit, more reinforcements. Ooh, they're moving towards us. It might be because we passed that one crater there. Maybe? Are you going that way? I don't understand enemies sometimes. That is exactly enough. Got it.
This was beneath me.
And another one.
You should be honored.
My heart is full of victory.
Well, if we move over here, then there's only one way for them to catch us, so we go this way. You know, Sylvain, I did say you're going to go on a mission, so you're going to complete it. He does not deal enough damage. Okay, then.
went as expected.
Useless. We're close. Maybe if we move you. There we go. Bring it on. We got a few more rogues over here. Man's got himself a devil's axe. Those things are a little bit scary. Out of curiosity, I attack once, you do not get doubled. Very interesting.
Who's next?
What is your attack speed, buddy? 20. Huh. With the training bow, we just don't get doubled. Just barely.
This is what I do.
You're out of luck.
So, where will the next reinforcements come from? And you can just fly over lava so you don't care. Since they're letting us, we'll just group everybody together. That chain heal. I think about it, I could do something incredibly stupid. I could, if I was really, willing, I could just have some healers stand on the craters and they'll just heal each other. Since that EXP is not reduced. I'm not gonna do that. Not today. Dodge it. Nice. Guess he's trying to go around because he thinks he's cheeky. Not much of a point, but I might as well get the EXP. Level 27, magic.
My efforts are paying off.
How low is your attack speed? That Devil's Axe really just does you in, huh?
Let's turn the tables. You weren't ready.
I will not be stopping.
He's almost got it.
Easy. So obvious.
And one more.
This was beneath me.
I'm gonna assume he's too stupid to attack Sylvain. Oh, no, he actually went for it.
Won't work.
I assumed he just wouldn't even try. Wyvern Rider, get seal defense,
I'm pretty
cat.
much perfect. Only a fool challenges me.
All that's left is this guy. Mission is a lot more easy than I was let on.
You saved me. You're amazing.
Go get him. And reinforcements. And more reinforcements.
Enemies in hiding? Here? They are really getting on my last nerve.
That ain't good. Don't think we're in trouble though. Oh no, never mind. Linhardt is in trouble. Yeesh. Not good. Ah.
Crap.
Well, we gotta turn back time.
Battle.
I will get the victory.
Ready.
I'm on it.
I don't think they can get up there. I'll do here just in case. Warp one space.
Enemies in.
This is our chance.
New tactics. And it worked. Chosen death. Goodbye.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
That 1% crit chance, though. Gary.
Oh no. Anywhere I can hide.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre. The
48%
mark of
crit because of
nobility.
wrath, right?
Leave it to me.
That's my cue.
Good level up.
Growth is a part of life.
Now, I'm not expecting more reinforcements, but I have no idea.
Stay focused.
$16, $15, $16, $16. The attack speed is 12. But if we equip this, we will not get doubled. If we don't attack anybody before we get attacked, none of their wraths will activate. No crit problems.
That is that. You fought well.
Let's think carefully.
Wow. He doesn't have wrath, and he doesn't have wrath. Okay. Okay, I'll need to keep that in mind. Restore cures the rattled condition. That's huge. I never really thought Restore was very useful, but I was wrong.
This was beneath me.
And he got his Paladin, he got Aegis.
People like me are quick studies.
That's life.
Pain. Suffering. Bye. So much for those bandits, huh?
Am I done yet?
He's actually complete the paralog and earn a battalion. Got a new flying one. Still don't really remember why we were putting,
Ingrid, welcome back.
Ingrid.
Did you speak with your father?
Why was she not using her, Pegasus? I can't remember why.
I did. I just returned to the monastery.
What happened with the proposal?
As soon as I informed him of the suitor's unsavory tendencies, he rejected the proposal outright. Were we to form ties with such an individual, it would bode poorly for our family, regardless of the weighty dowry offered.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad it all worked out.
And only a bunch of people had to die.
You and me both. My father also insisted I take this.
Ooh. A hero's relic?
Indeed. This is the magic lance Lewin, which has been passed down for generations within my family. My father and siblings have no way of using it, since they bear no crest. Father told me I should take it, and use it to protect myself with. He said it's far better used protecting his daughter than gathering dust.
Oh, that's so sweet. Your father really does mean well, Ingrid.
He's unendingly stubborn, but I am proud of who he is. Dorothea, Professor, I want to thank you.
It was important that we help you.
It really was quite exciting, too. So, you know, don't worry about it. I could never hand over my lovely Ingrid to some jerk who only wants her for her crest.
Oh, do I belong to you now, rather than to myself? Hey, Dorothea, this is probably more than a little awkward, considering where it came from, but... Here.
A ring?
A ring? Is this... No. Is it?
A bribe?
I mean, sure, I suppose. Clumsy bribe, though. Giving me a ring and not telling me why.
Stop teasing me, Dorothea. I'm trying to be sincere. I wanted to find a way to emphasize how grateful I am to you. So I looked for something from among my things that I thought you would like. I mean, you may already have one like it, but I thought on the off chance you didn't.
Ingrid, you are just adorable and I love it. But perhaps we should lend this ring to our teacher for now. Our dear teacher can best decide how to use it. You fought hard enough. You've earned the right to have a little fun.
As you wish, Dorothea. I gave the ring to you, so you can do whatever you please with it.
A unique ring. Got Lewin and a goddess ring. Okay. Crest of Daphne. Crestbearer can use Firequake. Then we have another paralog. I think we should be able to do a cursed relic now. Let's skip through the introductions, get all the way through, and have Ferdinand stride over to the guy.
Not long ago, during yes,
I guess.
dare
And
the delicate.
my house.
There is that they feel
Then who can?
use.
Yeah, no.
I haven't.
I think.
What?
I sure.
Perfect. Was she classed into that so that way we were trying to see if she gave the defense increase? That might have been what I was trying to do. The only person that really fits is Balthus, but because he's super slow, we'll keep it that way. We can replace one spell cast. The only issue is Linhardt. This is Lysithia. Actually, I'm an idiot. Reclass Lysithia back into Bishop.
I can make it work.
This way, she has double the warps. Honestly, don't know why I didn't do that before, but yeah. In addition, I could give Dorothea a healing stat since we got a new one now. Store that. I stored the wrong thing. Store. Grab the Aegis Shield.
Well,
To the marketplace to repair that thing.
is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, I should replenish, huh?
Come back. Well,
And I believe we have multiple Iron
is that
Lances,
the
so we can
one?
just sell this
Thanks
one.
a bunch. Come back.
And we did not have multiples.
Well,
Forge.
is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Okay. That's good. Now we just need to set one more adjutant. Also, one thing I forgot. Move Linhardt at Edelgard. Dorothea can physic when she needs to. Yeah, your physical units really get screwed on this difficulty. If only we had like an avoid ring. You don't have that yet though. The battalions, Ferdinand. There it is. Sign. 5 protection, 7 physical attack, 20 avoid. Ooh. But the goal is to have Ferdinand just stride the guy so he reaches Byleth very, very quickly. That is the plan. And I like this plan. Why don't you have a, thing? I will take this one for the protection. I'll take this so we can blast people with it. Yeah, there we go. Magic. I'll keep the wide one. Is there anybody we need to level up? Not really. I guess Caspar could always use some more levels. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we wanted to do double stride. That way Ferdinand could get there very, very quickly. I almost messed it up a little bit. Not super badly, but enough to ruin the original plan.
Duke, get...
What a mess.
They must.
Stay focused.
Okay,
The
so
sun.
then... we stride.
Well done.
Leave it to me.
I played that slightly incorrectly, but I think it's not a big enough issue to where we have to worry.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Yeah, look at that speed.
I will prevail.
Mesh.
Your defeat was inevitable.
Forgot to put her back into the other class. And we'll try. We'll try it this way for now. Hopefully, it's not a big issue.
As expected.
I'm on it.
Can we? We can't. Just not enough damage.
I will get the victory.
She can do it though.
I will not be stopping.
All right. Move you over here.
Yikes.
Oh no.
Archers are bad.
Sure thing.
That's my cue. I've got many skills, you know.
You're out of luck.
I'm hoping this works out.
Is that all? You didn't give it your all.
Pretty good, don't you think?
Predictable.
Worth a try.
This movement just is not enough. It's so close. Can we just double this guy and kill him?
You should be honored.
That was bad luck.
Let the lesson begin! Ah! As expected.
Can we kill? Well, what about in closer? Nope. Just short of the damage.
Am I done yet?
have anything here. Other than killing this guy.
I won't go down so easily.
That went as expected.
Alright. Doing strides here has like 9 units of movement.
A well-oiled machine.
I'll just plant you here.
Easy. So obvious.
A little bit short on that.
You underestimated me.
Let's see. Yeah, we just need one more space of movement. And Violet can take it. Chuck a ball in there for good measure. Yeah, she's fine. Nothing to worry about.
Each battle, a chance to grow. That is that.
Oh, Violet might actually die.
Pretty good.
Bad RNG. 38% chance to hit.
Stay focused.
I will get the victory.
Not much you can do about bad RNG like that.
I will prevail.
Oh no. The sun.
Gotta move everybody up and wait it out.
Should I have held back?
I'm so sorry, but please,
We've got this.
beast.
We already set up the alarm, I guess.
They brought
My
the
goodness. Okay,
Created a plan.
let's just neuter this whole group.
Leave it to me.
Sure thing.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre. The mark of nobility.
Gotta focus up.
Almost like a, what's it called? The, Brave Lance. Almost like it.
That's my cue. Why is this happening? Yeah! Can I go now? Whoa, did I get stronger? I'm impressed.
I'm on it.
I guess we're gonna have to use a gambit.
We'll contribute.
Now's our chance. You fought well.
Advantage.
Be gone. Got too cocky. I'm on it.
Of curiosity. 5 damage. Not scared of 5 damage.
Careful, please.
Yeah, no, they can just chain the cantos. This might not turn out how I hope
I will
in
prevail.
that case. Oh, he bottlenecked them.
Witness frigid pride.
Oh, yeah, they can attack.
Predictable. That is that.
Good way to get rid of the annoying vantage
Pretty
people.
good, don't you think?
Each battle, a chance to grow. No use.
And now we can play my game.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Leave it to me.
The sun.
Although, those people down there getting a little bit too close.
Well, how was that?
I will get the victory. is full of victory.
Oh no. Yeah! Anywhere I can hide. Stay focused. That's my cue.
Okay, let's give you some HP. That way
Sure
they can't
thing.
just Kanto chain you to death. No, don't go that way.
That was nothing.
Do it!
Okay. You're dead.
I just worked harder. Witness my power.
I'm on it.
This is critical.
Because you don't have to worry about monsters.
Let's
We
win
can
this
now
already.
use all of our gambits probably.
What's next?
That's honestly okay. Just chug of a culinary. We're good.
This was beneath me.
Yeah.
That was nothing. Huh. Not so fast.
Nobody's getting anything anymore. Range 1 to 2. Oh, you're going around. Cheeky.
This is what I do.
I've got many skills, you know. I've really made this my own.
Special dance. It's just the guy and the horse. All right.
Victory received.
If I had like one more use of warp, I could send him away. Hello.
You're Constance, right? Of House Nouvelle?
It has been some time, Dugert. Your present circumstances seem rather dire.
You have no obligation to help me, but won't you please lend a hand?
Whatever you require. My refusal to assist you would besmirch House Nouvelle's honor.
Take him away. Oh, that's his full movement. Perfect. Gambit. Arrows.
It's time.
Time to set my aims even higher.
Great, come on.
The mark of nobility.
Yeah, we can take you out and then move you back.
You're out of luck.
Don't need archer pains.
Predictable. That is that. Watch and learn. Each battle, a chance to grow.
Not so fast.
Baldus didn't even have to take the hit for him.
As expected.
Stronger than this?
I'm fine with him getting defense. He needs it anyway. Training axe.
Well, how was that?
Ultimate power.
Can I go now?
Pretty good protection. You, my friend, need to get out of here.
You were outmatched.
Oh no, that's full HP. We don't want that. Why would we possibly want her to get full HP?
This was beneath me.
That is that.
We're basically done here. Ah, yes, this DLC. Yeah, this annoying paralog mission. How's it going, G-Day Master?
Caution is needed.
Dark spikes. Man also does not move from his spot for whatever reason. Doing good. It's been a while since I played this. Well, nice to see you hanging around. At least we're just about done here and ready to continue the story.
I will get the victory.
I'm not sure if non-players can reach easily enough. You just got the urge to watch or play Fire Emblem again. Is it because they didn't announce a new one? It's probably because they didn't announce a new one, right? Yep, there we go. Take that, my son.
This can't be right.
I'm honestly fine with him getting strength and speed.
Wait for
Two
my
things
next
he's
brawl.
horribly lacking. No. If they did, you'd probably die with the fact that Mario and Rabbids... The fact that Mario and Rabbids 2 is coming out.
I failed to attain the relic, but the experiment yielded
I
results.
never played the
That's
Mario
all
plus
that
Rabbids. All he
matters.
knows it's basically XCOM. And the unknown.
I
But
think the coast is
Mario and
clear now.
Rabbids.
Whew.
And destructible
Well, that
and more
was
destructible environments,
bizarre.
I think.
And unfortunate. What the hell happened to them anyway?
The gulf of my ignorance prevents me from answering such a question.
It's XCOM but crazier. Like, I've heard it's good. I honestly just... I'm not even sure if I should play it or not. I've been on the fence about it for a while. The original, not the second one, obviously.
Thank the goddess you were unharmed, my lord, and that the relic is safe and sound.
Yes, thanks to your intervention. Today was a day to make my blood run cold.
Colder than a Srang winter, I'd wager. Our foes gave us a pitched battle.
You couldn't save them. No one even
Yeah.
transformed in that mission.
They were nothing more than pawns.
It is a miracle that no harm came to your lordship or the relic, in spite of my clumsy efforts.
You don't sound quite yourself, Constance. I'd no idea what a toll life has taken on you. Perhaps it might cheer you to know that I intend to reward you for all that you've done today. For more than that, actually. I owe your parents a great debt for their services. I dare say that the church intended you to collect on it when they sent you.
The debt you owed my parents need not extend to their daughter. No reward shall be necessary.
Our help doesn't come for free. I think the relic will do nicely.
Ah, yes, by all means. Even if you have no use
It's
for
less
it,
punishing to
perhaps you
start
know
off, but in the
somebody
second
who
half of the
does.
game, it becomes just as punishing as XCOM becomes, and even more. Oh boy.
These are the fetters of Dromi. They draw on the power of the crest of Obon. It's a priceless treasure that ended up in Dagda. After
And I'm
the
not even that
truce,
good at
they sent it
XCOM.
to us in friendship.
I always get destroyed in that game. At least compared to Fire Emblem. Even though it's more or less the same structure. Except everyone is a archer in XCOM. Why did Dagda have a hero's relic?
One story holds that Saint Sero subjugated the 10 elites and the clans who followed them. There may have been a few clan elders who fled across the sea to escape suppression.
Why didn't you respond to the church's demand?
The Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs must hold on to every bit of leverage that he can. As the Empire's relations with the church have chilled, it makes for a strong card to play. Which is why I feel a bit derelict in my duty here. I've put my feelings ahead of my role.
Yuri doesn't care. How so?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs appears to be discarding his hand in order to repay a personal debt.
My lord.
Back to
What a
normal.
relief to be back at the monastery. I suppose the church will be wanting their relic.
Yeah, they might. But I've got grander plans for it.
What? Of all the self-centered... Wait, do you mean to say that you're compatible? You bear the crest of Oban?
Very good, Constance. Hey, friend, I've got a request. Can you talk the church into letting me borrow the relic for a bit?
If you believe anyone would lend you a relic, your wits are softer than I gave you credit for.
The crest of Oban has all but vanished from Fodlan. Nobody but me carries it now. I'm the only one in all of Fodlan who can use it. The church hanging on to it is useless. Letting me make use of it is simply practical. Otherwise, it'll just be gathering dust in some stinky old vault.
That makes sense. I'll talk to the church for you.
Don't you worry your pretty little head. I won't use it for ill. I'd never be able to make it up to Duke Garrett after all. You can keep an eye on them while they're on loan. That'll make this whole thing go over easy as pie.
So this was the game you began when you offered your assistance. Well played.
Thanks. I figure the Duke has no use for them, and neither does the church. But I sure do. Ultimately, I want to use them to benefit the greater good. There's certainly no harm in that.
In Mario Rabbids, each character does have more of a role to fill. Mario's a damage dealer support, Luigi's a super sniper, and Peach is a tank paladin mix? How does that work? And also, I did want to look up this thing. I wanted to see if everybody gets the allows... I want to see if it gives everyone basically free Kanto. Or if that's just for, let's see. It grants the user increased movement in Kanto as well as Aegis and Pavis if used by a unit with the correct crest. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. So we can give that to somebody with good movement, like maybe Violet, or someone who's good at supporting, like any healer. Since we're not using Yuri, we can definitely make good use of it otherwise.
Professor, I know where the enemy is. Where Solon is. They're in a place called the Sealed Forest, close to the monastery. The Archbishop is gathering the knights to begin a search. She's doing so in secret, behind our backs.
Why in secret?
She must be afraid that a thirst for revenge will compel you to seek them out. Now that you know, will you give us the order?
Charge.
No, I will not allow it.
This discovery comes just when the knights are at their busiest. It is all too likely that our foes revealed themselves to lure you out there. They are the ones who took Geralt from you. I know how you must despise them, but I must ask you to rein in your personal feelings for now.
You can't stop me.
Please, Professor, do not act carelessly. I ask that you leave this to us. Losing you so soon after losing Geralt would be unbearable.
Lady Rhea, our professor is not acting out of revenge.
Wrong.
Sending us out there is the most strategic move we can make. You can't deny it. Most of the knights are still far away. Not only does our professor wield a hero's relic, but there is no one here who is more powerful. Seteth and the few remaining knights can't leave the monastery unattended. We have fought under our teacher's command countless times. We are the most effective army here, and we are already prepared for battle.
AKA Rhea just doesn't want me to leave her. Completely true.
We have no idea what the enemy is plotting. We must act now.
Professor, do you agree with this strategy? Understood. I will give you the order. Destroy the enemy that is hiding in the sealed forest. You have the protection of the goddess on your side. Whatever happens, you shall overcome.
Let's go, my teacher. Whatever happens, do not lose your conviction out there.
By the way, you assume I know the special thing on this route. You mean how it splits? I mean, I played the route where I played the Golden Deer route already, so I know that bit of lore. I know we have the Flame Emperor on our side, as you can tell by the Crest of Flames.
Bernadetta, please come out of your room. You've been in there for ages. You need to train.
No. Sorry, not happening.
I'm not playing around, Bernadetta. This training is absolutely crucial to your future.
I don't care. I can't handle it today. Please leave.
Why did you come here?
Why did I come here? I didn't choose to join the academy. I was forced.
I suppose not everyone has to be pleased about being here. But even so, Bernadetta, I'll ask one more time. Please come out of there.
And I'll tell you one more time. It's not happening. Not right now. Not today.
You leave me no alternative. If you're near the door, you'd better step away.
My door! Why?
But I do know how to get to Edelgard's route instead of the churches. I believe you need to have a certain amount of support with Edelgard, which I believe is the support that shows that she has the Crest of Flames. Which means I've already met the prerequisites.
Now hurry along, Bernadetta. You've got lots of training to catch up on.
Spare me! I'll train! Just not with you.
If there's anything else, I am not entirely sure what it is. I have to select the option also when I'm given the choice.
Is that so? That presents a problem. I know we are two very different people, but whether or not you like me, we are on the same side and must learn to work together.
It's not about any of that! If this is how you treat people on your own side, what
One
do you
other
do
thing,
to your
I believe it's the next
enemies?
chapter, I must talk with Edelgard before I meet the Flame Emperor. I mean, I talk with everybody during exploration on the first day of the month anyway, so... Second prerequisite met preemptively.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. I did what was necessary to get you to comply. Nothing more. I do hope that the professor will be able to help you through the rest of your training. In the meantime, I will fix your door. Good luck!
Right. Okay. Good.
Now that's a solid sea sport.
Ingrid, do you have a moment? We're going to perform an opera in the cathedral.
Oh, we are?
Yes! It's a small one, but I need some volunteers. Let me tell you, Alois is very excited. He's already doing a ton of work for the show.
I see. What's it about?
It's a three-part thing. One is the support, 2 is talking with Edel at any point you believe in the next month, but it will end the day, so do it last. 3 is then doing the chapter normally and you get to pick. Neat.
Classic opera fare. A tragic love story. A princess who
I
falls
didn't
in
know
love
the
with
part
a
about
handsome
ending the
commoner.
day. I mean, like, I fell for solving the Yuritsa mystery on the first exploration day, so I lost that whole month on my original playthrough.
But our princess, she carries the fate of her country on her shoulders. And no matter how in love she is, she can't just marry whoever she wants. Or can she?
That's quite a story. Sounds tragic and beautiful. Who will be playing the princess?
Me. I was a singer in an opera company, though I hope I'm not being too presumptuous casting myself. Even if you're not interested in being part of the production, you will come to see it, won't you? I'm asking everyone to dress up properly. I want it to be a stylish and elegant night.
It catches most people off guard and they lose a lot of points. So there's no warning saying it'll end the day. That is very, very brutal.
That does sound quite lovely. And I do want to go, but
Well, thanks for that tip. I definitely wouldn't want to lose that whole day.
Please, don't worry if you can't make it. I understand we're doing this on such short notice.
No, it's not that. I just, I struggle with the elegant part of things.
Rich.
I don't really do myself up in elegant clothing and makeup and such.
If fashion's your concern, lady, you're in luck.
I am?
If you don't dress for the occasion, no one will take you seriously. But don't worry about a thing. I'll happily work my magic on you. When it's time, I'll meet you in your room. We'll make you the most beautiful woman in the theater.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
And yet her time skip look is really good looking. Most people's time skips, do them, a definite solid. So it's mission time, yeah? There are a few you can do without, but yes, a lot of them are perfect. I don't know where this gets. Wait a minute. He just maxed it out, so what did he get? Wrong one. Abilities. He got Aegis. Chance to reduce bow and magic damage by half. I mean, it's alright. Let's get him the certification for the other thing, because I'm curious at what it gives. And I don't want to look it up, because that's cheating.
Huh, okay. No big deal, really.
Let's see if there's anything else we need to do. Punish, obviously. I feel like Warrior has Axe Fair or something. I have no idea. Maybe. I guess it is the axe-centric class and nothing else. That would be a reasonable guess, I would say. They removed Berserker. What do you mean they removed Berserker? Like the class? I can't even remember what Berserker did. That was like the Brigand Axe class, right? It was like that upgrade. Which we do have a Brigand, yeah. You're right, they did remove Berserker and replaced it with something more regal, I guess. although it's less cool, so shame on them. Oh, we actually don't have any more good iron swords. Is there anybody else that needed good repairs? No, we're good. They had insanely high damage and speed of all things, but had a lower hit stat. Wasn't their defense also pretty mediocre? Like most of the axe classes, aside from like the armored knight and equivalents. Although armored knights are usually lance classes rather than sword class, or sorry, not sword, axe classes. Alright, mission time. This is going to be easy. In the pursuit of justice for Gerald, you and your students find yourselves deep in the sealed forest. Feels average like a paladin, but not close to a generals or the fortress knights. Oh yeah, that's what the original name of the fortress knight was. General. And still, Fortress Knight is an axe class where generals are usually jack of all trades.
We must not let our guard down.
Professor, we'll avenge Gerald for you, no matter what.
Remember, it is a bad idea to get distracted by revenge.
I have readiness. Our enemies will be taking... we will take our enemies down.
Well, it's not like we have any other missions this month. I suppose this is as good a way as any to spend our energy.
Lindhart spending energy? We'd better finish this fast before the pigs start flying everywhere.
Lower your voice. The enemy could be close. It is time to repay the kindness of the professor who saved my life.
Professor, I know I'm the one who insisted we come here, but don't doubt for a moment that the enemy is waiting for you.
Lady Edelgard, what are you saying?
What other objective could they possibly have? We have no clue what kind of trap is waiting for us. Please be careful, my teacher. We can't afford to lose you.
The enemy is strong, but you will prevail. You must.
It's almost like they have insider information. Strange. Generals were also lance users instead of axe users. Generals eventually were given axes, but we don't talk about that. I feel like I remember generals occasionally having swords. Guess I was wrong about... Guess I'm probably a little wrong about that. Ooh, a hammer. Magic staff. Droppable. It's Dame. Yeah, it's speed though. Recommended level 19, enemy level 27. Yeah, sounds about right. Also, get out of here. It's good to have the normal party back together, huh? Now, who should we stick on the back burner? Unavailable. You know, you've only done Awakening, Fates, Conquest, Echoes Remake, and 3 Houses. I've played every single one, not counting ones that were remade. So I played the remake of 1, the remake of 2, which is Echoes, the remake of 3, 4, 5, 6, and then after 7, they were all localized. And I played all of them. So I have a decent opinion of most of them. Let's see, who are we trying to get hits in with? Awakening was your first Fire Emblem, then you found out Conquest was a hard mode of the Fate series. I think my first was Sacred Stones, back when it was released as a free thing for people who got the original Nintendo 3DS, I think. I believe that's what it was. Oh, like after you chose to buy it. So you just ended up getting bodied for a little bit before you get used to the difficulty in the systems of the game, yeah. That happened to me too.
Well,
like I played through it as not Birthright. No, it was Birthright, then Conquest, then I did Revelations. Birthright spoiled me, and some of the missions in Conquest bodied me pretty hard. At that time, you were still an FE newbie, didn't know about the second seals to reset it and whatnot. I don't remember what the second seals were. I'm not even sure if I ever used them.
is that thanks a bunch?
Yeah, we're fine here.
Come back.
Here, let's drag Ingrid along. And Ingrid's inventory is stacked. Why does she have so much stuff? Better. Second seals are to change to an entirely new class. Master seals are the upgraded classes. Okay. I don't really think I ever used these second seals. I mainly had them class into stuff that I liked. And it all worked out in the end. I beat each of the campaigns on hard mode.
Welcome.
Lunatic is a bit too annoying in my opinion. Although I'm playing Maddening here because I was like, you know what, let's see what Maddening's all about. And if things get too tough, then I will drop it and go back to hard. But here we are. Almost halfway through the story and still on hard. Or, not hard, Maddening.
Look there! Demonic beasts! I suppose they aren't holding back.
Rar.
Hello, you're here. Welcome to the Forest of Death. My name is Kranya. This weakling girl was just a borrowed look for me.
Hello.
This is what I really look like. Now, you vermin, I'll take down every last one of you.
Is there a treasure chest on this map? There is. Looks like we're going that way first. Not sure if they'll chase us down or not. We'll see.
Oh no.
Your attack speed is 16.
I will get the victory.
That's my cue.
Oh, I forgot to equip special dance. Darn it. I always forget important little details.
I will prevail.
I'm on it.
Let's not split the
I
party.
am Ferdinand von Eyre.
It's usually a bad idea.
As you wish.
Battle.
Leave it to me.
Stay focused. If this takes too long, I might be forced to escape. Oh, or do you simply intend to let me go? How accommodating of you.
As for me, I intend to kill you all.
I wonder if she actually escapes in this mission. I don't feel like waiting around to find out, so I think I'm going to just look it up. Let's see, what's the name of this mission? The Sealed Forest Snare? Let's see. Let's see if we can get the data. Let's see. Note that during this chapter, the Sword of Creator will be upgraded and fully repaired for free, so go nuts with it. Split your forces, make sure to send a thief to us to clean the chest, clobber anyone, because the only one genuinely dangerous enough, blah 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 blah. So she says that basically to egg you on, but at no point will she ever actually escape. At least that's what it appears to be. Okay. Because basically the way I have different skills on various classes in Awakening, you shifted around Henry, who started as a Dark Mage, to a Berserker, which got you various crit skills, hero to get soul, eventually back to Dark Mage and Sorcerer, and boom, 90% chance for him to crit with the Ruin. Yeah, there's a few hilarious busted strategies if you really go for it. It's something that's pretty funny about Fire Emblem as a whole. Oh, I didn't realize we could actually look at this. Cool. So that is just his possible range. So you're weak to spears. Okay. Cool.
That was nothing. Not so fast.
He contradicts herself by saying, I'll run away, and then saying, I'll kill you all, so... Yeah, you do have a point there. He isn't all there. The odds neat. Didn't know that. Probably like a 1% chance. Almost. There we go.
My heart is full of victory.
Crit for 3 enemies enough showing for when you're OP. Was that a deliberate rhyme? If so, good work. You mean with 3 and OP? Never even thought they sounded close. I mean, they both end with the hard E sound, so they do rhyme.
Nice try.
Really wish she had more speed. But at least the occasional encloser's nice.
The mark of nobility.
Archer range. Let's see. In that logic, you can say B, C, D, E, G, P, T, V, and Z all rhyme. If you do it well. Like, saying the letters themselves do rhyme. It doesn't mean that the sounds that they make when they're put into a sentence will always rhyme.
Expected.
Or a word. Know what I mean? You have a lot of defense. Go get them.
Apologies.
Oh, his defense is less than I thought.
So obvious. Easy.
Good dodge, though. Okay, now it looks like they're trying to pincer us a bit.
So obvious.
Okay, let's do some damage. That is unlucky. I'm rolling that back.
I'm on it.
You're known for doing stuff like that. Stuff that people question why you do it, and to say that you don't know, you have notepads on notepads of documents of game ideas or predictions.
I will prevail.
You just gotta prove everybody you're not crazy. It's that easy.
Ferdinand von Eyre.
There we go.
Now you know your limits.
As you wish.
Not sure if we should send a counter over there.
Oh no.
Yes, not crazy, says the guy who's basically talking with the monitor, pretty much.
Stay focused.
Should I have held back?
Leave it to me.
I mean, that's what... I mean, by that logic, that means all streamers are crazy. And you would be right.
That's my cue.
Nice.
Growth is a part of life.
I like how we're not getting garbage level
I will
ups
get
after
the
the point where the level ups are the most important. He is a part of this range. These are like swords, but we don't have a sword for him, so... Oh well. Guess we'll drag him one space closer.
Can I go now?
You're relentless.
There. There. Good for good measure. Does she have a hand axe too? She does. Wow. I love when things just work out, huh? Don't you?
We have this covered. You've got to try. We won't hold back.
Aw,
One step at a time.
that's the wrong stat. Dang, you're quick. Oh, it's because she still has the hand axe on instead of the training axe. Yeah, that'll do it.
You were outmatched.
I thought I was dead.
Alright, one by one. Not that bush. That bush is bad.
Just give up.
I don't think we need this. Throw it away for now.
One more success.
Lava javelin.
Splendor of nobility.
Random. Let's see. You can do a thing. Oh, that square's in range. Got him. Oh yeah, he has 5 range too now. Or, not 5 range, 4 range. Go get him. Is he still a poison strike on? He does. He's only losing 7 HP. Thought he lost more. There you are.
Done yet?
And let's send Petra back to take care of this guy. Is anyone even hurt? Nope. We'll get to you in a second, Just Monica. You just need to take care of the stragglers. That'll do it.
That went as expected.
Nah, let's group up. Let's get wacky. Yeah, it doesn't look like the enemies are going to move at all. I'm perfectly fine with that. Get everybody ready. Now everybody's ready to just jump in and beat up the monster. Easy game.
No use.
Ouch. Double ouch. Okay, looks like she will start attacking us if we get close enough. Instead of playing the safe bet and staying on the tile. Do we have any more axe users in the party? Nope.
pushed me too far.
Yeah. Deal. Let's see, you're not immune to stat effects, right? Yeah, perfect. Can lure this guy out very easily. That's enough damage. And a crit for good measure. Gotta make sure these things stay dead.
Can I go now?
A fine display.
Now here's what we can do. Your movement allows you to enter the woods. Let's bring you over here. I'm actually not sure if you can take both the hits. 29. Attack of 39, so that would be 20. He also has a high crit weapon. Let's just lure the monster out here first. Take that. Let's see. Still out of range. One space. Let's see, what is your crit chance? 18 on that, so we need to have a buffer of a lot of HP. Don't we have somebody with stride? Can we nail you with an encloser? Encloser, training bow, 80% chance? Hell yeah.
Oh, how cute! You're trying so hard. But now it's time to die.
Aha, we got a turn.
What did I expect?
Too bad for you, Kronya. Just sit there and look pretty, I guess. Although that's kind of hard for you to do, but you're a little creepy looking.
My contribution. I created a plan.
Two more spots. Let's see.
Allow me to demonstrate.
We get strength, speed,
We must
luck.
all do our part.
And Casper gets strength,
I'm
defense.
just getting started.
Casper is honestly not too bad compared to how everyone else got their stats before.
Watch how weak you are!
Bubbles.
You worked hard for nothing. I can't wait to challenge you.
Why not? Come on, RNG. Boom. That was easy. You don't even have the sword of the creator. It's stuck in the convoy.
But how? How could I really lose to a lowly creature like you?
Well.
Solon, don't
Hey,
just
forehead.
stand there and stare. I need your help.
Yes, you most certainly do.
Huh?
Have no fear, Kranya. Your sacrifice will help to rid this world of the filthy vermin that have long infested it. The time is finally come to unleash the forbidden spell of Zaharas upon our enemies!
Please, help me.
Now we're trapped in a pocket dimension.
Be gone with you, Fellstar.
That could only have been magic. What happened to our professor?
They were swallowed by the mystical darkness of the forbidden spell. An eternity wandering in a void of nothingness, never to return to this world.
I just noticed he only blinks with his left eye.
To think, we
That
almost
must be
had
very
the sword
uncomfortable.
of the Creator.
You're lying. Our professor is alive. I know it.
That's right. Our professor is no ordinary human.
It is hard to fathom that our professor would die in a place like this.
It is possible that death has yet to find your friend, but there are worse things than death. Drifting through the darkness with no chance of escape, overwhelmed with hopelessness. It must be torturous.
You're already boasting a victory, but know this. If you did use such devious tricks to stop our professor, I swear that you will regret it.
I cannot help but agree with her this once. Even if our professor is trapped in darkness, that is not the end of their story.
I will not forgive such arrogance. If you prefer it so, you shall also be added
Oh,
to
his
the
right eye
ranks of the
twitches when his
dead.
left eye blinks.
You fool!
What'd I do?
What were you thinking, charging right into an enemy's trap? Are you just a boulder that rolls down whatever hill it's on? No, even a boulder has more sense.
I can explain.
Excuses won't help us. This darkness is terrifying. As you and I are one, I too am trapped within this void. But please consider this. This realm of darkness we are in is separate from the world from which you came. I mean that it would take a god to leave this place. In time, our hearts and minds will cease to be. Are you prepared to die?
I've been waiting for this moment. I am not.
I thought as much. I also do not wish to die. And yet, there is no other choice.
What choice?
Do you recall your father's diary? He said you were a child who never cried, nor laughed. I think I am the one to blame. I must have been asleep, but even then, I feel I was a part of you. I do not know how Rhea managed it, but she allowed me to exist inside of you. The truth is, I have always been with you. It is within you that I found my power yet again. The power of a goddess. The power of the progenitor god. My name is Sothis. By now, you must be well aware of what that means. I am the one who watches over Fodlan and the creatures dwelling there. I am Sothis. She who died and then returned.
Somehow I know it to be true.
There is but one thing left to do to save us from this darkness of eternity. I must now use the power of a god. However, I lack a body of my own, and so I must relinquish all the power that I have to you. The time has come for you and I to join as one. And when that comes to pass, then I shall disappear.
Disappear?
When I say disappear, I do not mean that all I am will be no more. My soul will join with yours, and you and I will never be apart. But I will no longer have the chance to speak with you. I shall miss it. So long have I been on this path with you. Through you, I got to see and hear this world. I even got to chastise you from time to time. I may not have acted like a goddess, but it was certainly fun. For all that you have done, thank you. I'm glad that it was you to whom my fate was bound.
Thank you for everything.
Now, we must pray. For if we share this wish, our spirits too will join as one. Your wish is to return to the forest, stop the enemy, and rescue the little ones. No need for words. I know your heart as though it were my own.
And now we need to join Smash.
Your will and mine are now as one. Both sides of time are revealed to you, and you alone. You know I am the beginning. What shall you do?
So the Fellstar consumes even the darkness itself.
And now we have green hair Violet.
Professor,
That forest is
it
still on
you,
fire.
Right? I knew that you would always come back to us. I'd like to ask about your appearance, but for now, let's dispose of our enemies.
What did you see in the darkness of Zaharas? This should be impossible. The only being that can withstand that darkness is... Unless I dispose of you myself, I may never have the chance to send you back there.
Using the Sothis allowed the Sword of the Creator to gain its true power. Who needs a Sword of the Creator?
No hesitation.
We just need a trusty wooden sword.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
Let's put this to the test.
Exhaustive Strike. I don't know that one. Oh my god, they still have stride. That's amazing. They keep stride when the turn, like, when all their whatchamacallit resets. Them being able to move. 1 HP. In exchange, I get a little bit of EXP. No crit. Well, at least it's not bolting. Good work, Ingrid. A for effort.
Don't underestimate me!
This is what a real man looks like.
Your movement is that. We're pretty solid. You don't have to worry about much. Who should we let get? Who should we give the kill to? I guess Hubert. Yeah, Hubert works.
You could have at least tried.
I wonder if that weapon actually has any unique effects. Let's see. The staff does not give its holder any mechanical benefit, only increasing their weight by 1. It does literally nothing. Does it route the enemy or commander? Commander. Yeah, Solin's a wimp. There's no way he'll chase us down. You have to move to him, I bet. Now let's remove you from the battlefield.
Hardly worth my time.
Think this through.
Wait, she lives with 1 HP? Perfect.
Well, how was that?
No double, so let's go for the damage. There we go. Get him, Bernie.
I thought I was dead.
Words you say. Huh. All can get closer. We can take them out next turn. No more EXP. I think it's pretty funny how they got rid of the dancing grind. But I guess as compensation, they made it give more experience for use.
Caution is needed.
Nice.
I am greater now.
Awesome. Oh, hey, Richard, look at that. Perfect gambit for the situation.
Gotcha.
So group flames will actually be perfect here.
I can
Give me the break.
This might shake things up.
I will prevail.
Let's get you out of here.
You worked hard for nothing. Only a fool challenges me.
Look who's got his movement back.
Don't waste my time!
I love that mid-air flip that has absolutely no leverage in it.
My technique could...
Truly amazing.
You're out of luck. No, storage. We don't need that. That garbage.
I will get the victory. One step before the next step.
Goodbye with the whack.
As expected.
It's simple logic.
Magic is good. Javelin. Got him.
I will win! You will be slapped down!
Just can't find an opening, huh?
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna punch Soul in the face.
My heart is full of victory.
Hardly worth my time.
Now, do we have any fists so we can actually punch him in the face? These'll do. Eat these fists.
I am terrified by you.
You should be.
Even though an emotion like fear has no place inside me, that means you must be eliminated. To think that I would lose to mere beasts. But this is not the end. Tullus will carry out our mission somehow.
It's over. Now, Professor, about your appearance.
You see, there's a trend in anime called going Super Saiyan. It's just that.
hair. And those eyes. You remind me of someone. What happened to you?
Goddess gifted me her power.
The goddess? I see. Well, I'm happy for you. Your weapon is called the Sword of the Creator, after all. It's no wonder she looks favorably upon you. Just as it was with Saint Saros, no doubt. And just how will you use this new power, Professor?
The people of the world.
That is so like you to say that. Tell me, if the world, and your students included, were to divide and go to war with each other, what would you do? In that scenario, each side would represent both the world and your students. Who would you...
What the...
Professor? Have you fallen asleep? This must be a side effect of your recent... changes. I can't just leave you here. I shouldn't ask Hubert to carry you. So I suppose it falls to me.
In time's flow, see the glow of flames ever burning bright. On the swift rivers drift, broken memories alight.
Professor, you must remain still. Everything is all right. There is no need to worry. Those who are trying to harm you are far away. How lovely it would be for this moment to last forever. I wish I could hold on to this time we have stolen, that you and I could create a world without end. I have heard whispers of what happened to you. Your appearance. You have received power from the goddess. From the moment you took hold of the Sword of the Creator, I prayed that one day the radiant power of Sothis, which bathes Fodlan in its celestial light, might reside within you. But you are so much more than the light. You are my... Close your eyes, dear one. Sleep just a while longer. I will be watching over you. Always.
Give it a month.
Always and forever.
Or is it 2 months?
Part 1. White Clouds. Pegasus Moon. Throne of Knowledge. The northern lands are enveloped in a bitter cold, and frigid winds are carried across the sea to the south of Adrestia. When feather-white snow falls on Fodlan's locket, the fort looks as delicate as a pearl. However, beneath that snowy blanket, her throat is more treacherous than ever.
We now have the shiny hair and the loading screen sprite. Yay, funding!
Rhea, please, talk to me. What are you hiding? What is the meaning of how that one looks? It is almost as though...
As I said, there is nothing of which to speak. for now.
I'm gonna guess
At the end of this month,
that during the church route, we're gonna learn more of exactly what the hairstyle and eye color change mean.
I read Gerald's diary. I happened upon it in his room.
I'm curious if there's a more specific explanation, other than just, oh, you got the power from the goddess.
What?
Although I guess that would also technically mean that Rhea, Seth, and Lane also did, which is possible. But we don't know until
he
then.
stated the reason for his departure. The baby, thought to have died in the fire, has returned to us. Gerald realized that you had done something to the child and decided to flee. What did you do to that baby, Rhea? Nothing questionable, I should hope.
Setteth enough. They will be here shortly. No more, I beg of you. I will take our dear professor to the Holy Tomb. There, I should be able to see our dearest wishes to fruition. When I was young, I heard her voice there. I'm sure of it. You may enter. I have been awaiting your arrival, Professor.
The hair color doesn't look that good in this kind of lighting.
Now that you have received sacred power from the goddess, there is somewhere you must pay
It's like a
visit
gross
to at once.
olivey green.
You must go to the Holy Tomb so that you may receive a divine revelation from the goddess.
A revelation?
The Holy Tomb is where the goddess sleeps. This monastery was originally built for the purpose of protecting that hallowed temple.
Only a select few know of it, but there is a legend about Seros and the Holy Tomb. Saint Seros, the first soul to be gifted power from the goddess, received her revelation there. She was told that it was her sacred duty to save the people of Fodlan, and that she must use her power wisely in order to lead them. The words that were handed down to Seros from the goddess will likely fall upon your ears as well.
Prepare yourself to go at once. There, may you find out why you were blessed with such power.
There will be a ceremony at the Holy Tomb. It is then that you will receive the goddess's revelation. You may share this mission with your students.
A mission? Now?
It is said that when Seros received the revelation, she had holy warriors by her side protecting her.
I mean, she would know.
Your students, who have followed you and fought alongside you through the darkest of times, are well suited to stand by you for the ceremony. Of course, as the leader of the Church of Seros, I will be by your side as well.
Strange.
The occasion is too significant to be missed. Even if something were to happen, I am more than capable of protecting myself.
Much has changed, but your duty has not wavered. Steel your mind for the ceremony and prepare your students well.
Whose birthday? Hilda's birthday. Here are some flowers.
Oh, wow, thanks.
It's Hanneman's birthday. Here are some flowers. By fusing with souls and awakening the progenitor god's power, I'll obtain the certification for the Enlightened One class. Class change.
It's time to start anew.
I like the outfit for the male version better. He needs a bit more to get there. Oh hey, supports.
Caspar, I've been wondering something. Would you be happier if you were the heir to House Burgleys?
Of course. My brother probably wouldn't be too happy about it, though. I've got nothing against him, and I'd hate to cause him trouble, so I guess it wouldn't make me very happy at all.
You may not want to hear this, but your brother is not a good man. He's lazy and greedy, and has always relied on the knowledge that he would inherit a title. That's my impression of him, anyway.
You don't hold anything back, do you? But to be honest, you're not too far off. He's got good reason for it, though. Our grandfather was really obsessed with his second wife. She has a son who she really wanted to become the heir. In the end, though, my grandfather had to step down sooner than expected, so everything went to my father instead. My brother is still really worried about having his future taken from him.
That's the price of taking your own desires into account when choosing an heir. The concept of nobility is decaying, and it's dragging the Empire into the ground with it.
Wow, this conversation is really going there. You may be right, but it's not like the world is ever going to change, right?
It must. I intend to create a world where the best are free to rise to the top and succeed, regardless of their bloodline. The nobility as it is now could not exist in a world like that. I'll make sure of it.
What do you think would happen to me in that kind of world? Would you appoint me as a general or minister of military affairs?
If you were the best suited for that position, I would.
Right, so my life would pretty much stay the same. I'd still have to train, get stronger, and use my abilities to cut my own path. I don't know what I'm gonna do after we graduate. I guess I'll just have to fight for you.
Is that so?
At the base, the front lines, or wherever we might be fighting, I'll be there with all my might.
Cute. Let's see, so with more abilities. Put that on, of course. Do you have anything that we like could replace her stuff with? I think she's fine as is. What does Pavis do? Can reduce sword, lance, axe, and brawling damage by half, and the trigger is the dexterity stat. Her dexterity stat is 16. It's not bad, but not that good either. Oh, he got Life Taker, I forgot. Unit recovers 50% of damage dealt after defeating a foe. Like, I guess it's good if you're, like, soloing with a character and you're doing sort of like a, like, retaliation type, like, deal with it. What is his dex? 19. What if we could get it to 100? Yeah, he got Renewal. Renewal is actually really good. But I'm not even sure if he really needs it. But we'll throw it on just in case. Yeah, and we can throw Special Dance on if we want to. The speed +4, though, that's like the best part of it, for sure. But we do want her to get more skills. I guess we'll leave her as she is. But we need to remember to put it on later. As for him, he got Seal Defense. Absolutely busted. Let's get rid of Swordbreaker. I have a feeling if we're fighting people with swords, they have a hit that's high enough to where Swordbreaker doesn't even matter. So Seal Defense will allow him to debuff people. Especially since he gets around quite well. He flies across the map. Somebody got an interesting one. He did. Exhaustive Strike. An attack that consumes all remaining durability and adds 30% of it to might. What? That's so stupid. So, like, if you say, like, did a training axe, that would get it to about 20, 21 or 22 additional might for the cost of a few hundred gold per attack. That does not feel worth it. Oh, she's got a high dex. What does Spike do again? Powerful axe attack. This one has high crit. Let's throw Spike on. I feel like we get more benefit out of that. And we got a house versus house magic tournament that we are going to completely demolish. Let's go. Exploration time. I can't hear Sothis' voice anymore. And no quests. What's up? I'm coming to get my spoils. And the second half of the playthrough is going to take so long because we got to talk to everybody in Abyss again. Because they're probably going to have new dialogue because they're in a completely different campaign. Huh, a shield.
Need something. See you again soon.
Not yet.
Soon.
Didn't we have like a
Well,
gift?
how you holding up? How was she, by the way? A real knockout, yeah? I knew it. Well, and any...
Flavors of the Forest.
Not mine.
I think that's Happy, right?
But you're still you, obviously. Good. It's clear to... Yeah. Whoa.
There we go. All good. Back topside. Let's see if we can get most of the people's support rating to B. You get them to join the class. And I don't really know who to sit in the sauna with. Here, Edelgard's fine. Chill with me. Oh, I guess it's the opposite of chill, huh? Nice. And we can easily hit the next thing. Professor rank.
Impressive. What?
So, I can't wait.
Hurry up and cage the wild boar. Look, he's losing his grip. Even in his swordplay, he's getting sloppy. If he keeps progressing like this, he's going to get himself killed. Kranya, Solon, they're dead, but we still have a glut of enemies. We still have to take down the Death Knight and the Flame Emperor. Our next battle is fast approaching. I'm ready for it. I don't know.
He doesn't believe in chivalry. Your Highness.
Professor, please. If he hears it from you that he needs to rest, perhaps His Highness will listen.
He's exaggerating. He thinks my color is off and that rest will cure all. I have a headache, but that's just from lack of sleep. It's not going to stop me from completing this month's mission.
You should rest.
The Professor agrees. Please rest, at least until the task is at hand.
I won't. Even if I tried, it's not like I would get any decent sleep. It would only be a waste of time.
Fine, be that way. So who should we drag into the magic tournament? I guess her. She'll do. 0 damage.
I've got many skills, you know.
And one of you deal damage. One of you does deal damage. Oh no.
All roses have thorns. You were wide open. Winning's always nice.
And lastly, a mage. Probably because we recruited Lysithia, huh?
I've got many skills, you know.
Thanks for the seal. And the money. Stuck in the doorway. Alright, how's it going? You've changed so much.
You look so different. You're still our professor in there, right? Did anything else change besides your hair and eyes? Are your arms bigger? How do your abs look?
I mean, you could see them right through the outfit almost. I haven't changed that much.
That's disappointing.
I agree. Ooh, bait. Hey, Bernie.
So hungry. Oh, is that you, Professor? Sorry. I'm really not feeling well this month. Even leaving my room for dinner is just too much. It's got nothing to do with your, changes. So, don't open the door, please.
Barging in. With gifts.
Wow.
I'm going to guess that we'll get put over the edge if we just grab our stuff from the garden. What's up, Ignatz? Imagine if she appears.
So,
This month's mission is to take part in a ritual at the Holy Tomb, where you will receive a revelation from the goddess herself. What if she really appears? What if I finally get to gaze upon her radiance? I've always imagined the goddess. How beautiful she must be.
Nope. 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 Pretty sure all of those are for Hilda.
Huh?
Ash, the Holy Tomb.
I can't even imagine what it must be like inside the Holy Tomb.
Just a place to bury people.
I guess you're right. Holy or not, all graves are kind of the same, aren't they? I can't help but wonder, though, just what kind of ritual is this?
Is yours? Nope. Let's see. Not in here. For him. Harvest. Another rocky burdock. So close. Field of blue and purple. Anything up here? Yeah, the next two playthroughs are gonna be great because I'm carrying over my professor rank for sure, as well as support. So there'll be a lot less searching that I have to do, and fishing. Picture, how's it going? In Bridget, we have legends.
In Bridget, we have legends. Stories containing people who have a spirit living inside of them. Those spirit people have much strength. They are maybe able to fly in the air or race across the ocean. Hair that shines and eyes that glow. They have qualities that are not unlike what you are looking like, Professor.
Perhaps.
Do not have doubt, Professor. The powers you have are like the powers of the legends.
Get away from the barking dog. Hey, best friend.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report.
Got it.
Although, lucky...
Hey, welcome.
Time to buy some bribery items.
You have a good. 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 A pleasure doing business. Come again.
Hello there. This one, yes. 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 Thank you. This one, yes. 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 Thank you. Return soon, please.
We ate up most of our money.
That's right.
Hey!
Doesn't look like there's any other trash.
Welcome.
If I really want to burn through it, I'll buy these advanced seals and then I'll only have $1,000 left.
Please come again. Welcome.
Didn't we get a few bullions to sell? We
This
had
one?
2.
Thank you.
Not much, but it's something.
This one?
We could buy it any time of the month.
Please come
No reason
again.
to buy it now.
No.
No. Maybe Ceros herself transformed.
You've been granted this power by the goddess herself. Truly, you must be a very special individual. Maybe Ceros transformed before receiving her revelation too.
I haven't heard anything about that before. Maybe that part never found its way into the legend?
It is told that Ceros had a revelation, instructing her to use her power for good, and to lead the people of Fodlan to salvation. I wonder what sort of revelation you might have, Professor.
Yes, I wonder.
Yes, that's mine.
Wax Kipkich. What? How do you pronounce that? Diptych. Diptych. A painting. A painting, especially an altarpiece on two hinged wooden panels that may be closed like a book. I have no idea who it belongs to. Grounding charm. Charms that prevent lightning from striking nearby, probably belongs to someone who's afraid of lightning. You got even stronger.
You're so strong now. I'm starting to understand why you were appointed professor. I thought I was stronger, but I still have such a long way to go.
Try to catch up to me.
Oh, I will. I still plan on beating you someday.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's definitely mine.
Yeah, I remember that one. I don't remember him being afraid of lightning. That's probably in some support. Annotated dictionary. Dictionary in a foreign language translations. Probably someone who's from afar. Petra. Maintenance oil. Jar containing oil for weapon maintenance. Probably belongs to someone who collects weapons. Petra, I think I have something of yours.
Professor, hair that...
There you go.
I had lost the place of this.
Let's bring somebody out of the class here. Hey, Gilbert's back. Hey, Ash. Join me. Yeah, here we go. That's what we want for, like, the final battle, pretty much. Xanadu treasure fruit.
I loved. Is that so? I have a lot of Wow.
Hey! What do we get? Your activity points for instructing and exploration has increased. Number of objects you can employ has increased. Yes. Recipe book for cooking together has expanded. Bitter eats. Let's see. I guess let's bring along people that we're trying to recruit.
Somehow, everything tastes better with company.
I'm grateful I get to eat every day. May the goddess bless this fine meal.
Bonding. What's up, Anna?
Good deal. Hey, what?
Don't we have a
Hey,
quest yet? Oh yeah, we couldn't do the quest because of because we only did paralogs. We didn't collect any valuable secrets. Weird games? Who enjoys weird games? I don't know that one. Or at least I don't remember it. Nobody's here. I saw a thing over here.
Hey
oh,
there.
just a soldier.
Even when you're kid.
Hey, Edelgard.
Professor?
Well, I guess we're supposed to talk with her last, so... we'll test the theory when we're done exploring, I guess. If it just straight up ends the day.
You there? I recently had... I didn't meet, actually. It was...
What's up, Shamir? What is this place?
People who live an inordinately long time, people whose hair changes color, and those odd heroes' relics. Is Fodlan some mystical land full of inhuman creatures?
It's not like that.
You still look human. For now, at least.
Well, I have something of yours.
It's not... It's not mine.
Oh, that... this one.
Thanks.
And that one, apparently.
Let me
Hey,
consider.
Gilbert. I just keep thinking.
Sometimes I find myself thinking I should leave Garrick Mach and return to my home, where I should have been all along.
Where you should have been?
Ignore me. I'm sorry. It's a silly thing. An old man's ramblings and nothing more. I hear that Lady Rhea will accompany you for this month's task. She's the pillar that supports the hearts of Fodlan's people. Her safety is paramount. I hope there are no complications.
I have a few things that belong to you.
Ah. No. No. Ah.
Sir Jarrett would be proud.
Monica, taking...
What?
Hey, Leonie. You even surprised the other professors.
When you changed, even the other professors were taken completely by surprise. There's a ritual at the Holy Tomb this month, isn't there? I wonder what'll happen with that. I'm sure you'll be all right. But don't lose sight of who you really are, okay? However you may change, and whatever new power goes along with those changes, you'll still be the same person deep down. Remember that.
You sure you don't have anything of yours? Let's try recruitment.
Hey, I hope we get a chance to practice together when you find the time. I know I'm in a different class.
Nope. Our strength isn't high enough. It's only like 30. Something big is coming.
In our battle last month, we really cut the enemy down to size. But there are other enemies we have yet to hunt down, not least the Flame Emperor. Once we've crushed them all, we can return to our peaceful lives at the monastery. It will happen soon. I have a feeling something big is coming. Huh.
Who's not good at magic then?
Oh.
Sedith, maybe? Well, I'm pretty sure we tried to give it to Sedith.
Right.
Right.
Who have we not tried? Real, maybe?
Oh, when I first saw you, Professor, with that hair color and that eye color, I thought you looked kind of like Lady Rhea. Like maybe you could be related. I like the way it looks. I wonder if I could change my hair color too. Maybe if I tried hard enough. If I thought real hard about it, I mean.
It would be exciting, wouldn't it?
All I need to do is get trapped up in a strange place and then escape, right? Just like you did.
Yeah, it's that easy.
I don't know who...
Nope, not his. So who the heck does it belong to? Hedgehog case. An accessory case embroidered with a cute hedgehog. It probably belongs to a female noble. Hey, Sylvain, that color.
I swear, it's like you're an entirely different person.
Isn't it weird?
It's not weird at all. You're somehow even more beautiful than before. I'm joking! I'm joking! Don't get mad.
Well, I don't think he's zealous about studying. Hey, Linhart, there's something I wish to investigate.
How are you, Professor? Did Hanneman make his I will do no harm speech or promise this won't hurt a bit when he asked to study you? Both? I've a bit of research I'd like to perform. Nothing so crass as Hanneman's poking, prodding, and drawing of blood. No, I wish to investigate crest power itself. Crest power must have some kind of limit, right? Lady Rhea says any limits must be the protection of the goddess, but that doesn't quite answer it for me.
Walking down a dangerous road there.
That's not...
New bottle of perfume. An unopened bottle of fancy perfume. It probably belongs to someone who doesn't often wear perfume. Was it a divine revelation?
Long ago, Saint Saros was gifted with a divine revelation from the goddess, as well as incredible power. Is that what happened to you too, Professor? No way! The Professor transformed before receiving any kind of divine revelation, right? Still, I wonder, does the fact that you've changed really mean you've been granted some kind of power? If that's the case, then what sort of revelation can be gained from the ritual? I'm guessing the revelation will just be a gentle reminder to use this new power to save the people of Fodlan. What else is there to say? You don't actually believe we're going to hear the voice of the goddess, do you?
Maybe.
What's the...
Who doesn't often wear perfume?
Oh, Professor. Hello. Excuse me.
Don't have magic nor writing.
Sorry?
What does it mean?
Edelgard and Hubert have been busier than usual, constantly coming and going, in and out of Garreg Mach. Perhaps they are doing something in the Empire. As the legitimate heir of the Iyer family, I have not heard anything about it. But if it were significant, I am sure my father would have told me. Oh, I was looking for this. How could you...
You mean you're not a female noble? Huh, weird. But you were. What's this? The History of Streng. The book, according to history of the Streng people, belongs to someone who has ties to Streng. I honestly don't know which one is Streng. Silk handkerchief. A fine white silk handkerchief belongs to someone, a noble who cares about their personal grooming. Lawrence, maybe? What's up, Lysithea? What's up with that look?
Your hair! And your eyes! What happened to you? You didn't lose something as a consequence of gaining these powers, did you?
Don't worry, I'm fine.
I see. Well, that makes me feel better. But still, be careful.
Everything's fine.
Hey! That!
Right, let's head to the cathedral then. Next stop, straight north.
Hello?
Right.
Well...
Claude. You're extraordinary.
I always knew there was something special about you, but you've only gotten more and more extraordinary the longer I've known you. That transformation was just the beginning, wasn't it? I have a feeling that things will only grow more dire from here on out.
You said it, not me. Huh. I remember you. What are you doing up there? Moon Knight's Tale. A story recorded during the Crescent Moon War. Probably belongs to someone who reads tales of chivalry. Oh.
Ah! Professor, sorry. You gave me a shock. Your hair and eye color are completely different. You just don't look like yourself anymore.
It's only my appearance that has changed.
Of course, you're right. I'm just being silly as usual. Huh? You think I would be a good fit for your class? I'm not...
Magic and faith. Ooh, a note. You can always put on more clothing when it's cold, but you can only remove so many layers in the heat. How does one survive in the hot summer? Spend your days underground away from the sun. Oh no, the bath was probably the correct answer. I like that answer though. Just stay underground, away from everybody. Alone.
Need something?
Yeah, those paralogs just give you no renown.
See you again soon.
Well, I'll be.
I still think it's genuinely weird how they never use that section for anything. The only time anyone is ever over there is, I think, Ash, and maybe one person from, like, a weird daisy chain of quests. But they don't use it for anything else.
That reminds me.
Lauren's outside? He's outside. Cannot keep up.
To be honest, I cannot keep up with all that's been happening recently. Monica was actually Kranya. Tomas was actually Solon. Who were these people? What about you, Professor? You were a true ally, yes?
That's my intention.
The most convincing answer you could have given. Still, I simply must take you at your word. Oh!
I know you like a book.
Hey, you.
Hey.
Never imagined.
The Holy Tomb, huh? I've worked here for years, and this is the first I've heard of it. I mean, it does make some sense. Sort of. Something about it is still weird. I understand now why they'd build the monastery in the mountainous center of Fodlan. Although, when the monastery was built, the Kingdom and Alliance weren't even around yet. But look how cleverly it was placed, right in the middle of the Empire, Kingdom, and Alliance. That's weird, right?
Just coincidence.
No.
You've been awfully distant lately.
Recently, Professor, I feel as though you've been a bit distant. It's like you're sort of floating above the clouds, separate from other people. And like you've got no interest at all in ever coming back down. How can I help?
I'm not being distant, so don't worry.
Hey, don't worry. I thought maybe I'd ask and see what you'd say. I'm sorry, but...
Yeah, she's not noble. Don't remember exactly what she likes and dislikes. The stylish hair clip.
Are you sure? Thank you, I love it.
Really?
Just a few more rooms. Hey, Hanneman. Tell me, what are you really?
Are you positive? Really? Your appearance is due to the influence of the Crest of Flames? Intriguing. Unfortunately, I have found no record of Nemesis's hair and eye color ever changing. However, if that transformation was brought on in part by the power of the crest, that would be most, well, I suppose interesting is too small a word. Still, it would be an absolutely exceptional discovery. To know for certain, we must investigate further. So, clothes off.
Nope.
What? A full physical is in order, yes? We need to know if this transformation affected you adversely. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit. Oh,
there's a line.
Yes, I should call Manuela. My apologies.
So they have a unique bit of dialogue on male versus female, as they should in this situation. What are you doing in here?
Oh, Professor, I am so happy. Your new hair and eye color suit you well. We make quite the pair. But recently, I sense that things are a bit strained between Lady Rhea and my brother. She wants to do something at the Holy Tomb. I do not know what, but... Whenever it has concluded, I hope they will return to their friendship, as it has always been.
Just turn around. Hey, Eloise. Oh, he's not good at magic. Oh, look at this.
Captain. Oh, Professor. How long have you been standing there? I didn't see you. I was just sorting through Captain Gerald's belongings. I haven't made much progress. I keep finding things that bring back memories. Clearing out this room of his belongings again, it's not easy.
We can actually...
Oh, this is mine. I thought it had vanished. Thanks. I owe you.
Hey, Eloise.
Oh, Professor. Anything I can help you with? I will do whatever I can to serve you.
Welcome to the party.
Excellent. Leave it to me. No matter how small the task is, I vowed to Gerald I would help you.
Excuse me.
You haven't a thing to worry about.
You haven't a thing to worry about. You have been gifted the power of the goddess. Furthermore, you have overcome the death of your father, Gerald, and you have destroyed countless of our wicked foes. I am proud, so very proud of who you have become.
Thank you.
Once we finish the ritual at the Holy Tomb, all will be well.
All will be well.
The glory of progress.
Is that a... ellipses?
Ah, it is you. I am sorry, but I have a lot on my mind. I would prefer to be alone right now.
I got nothing of yours, so see you later. Where's Manuela again? Here I might as well just get the bait
Professor.
thing.
The whole... I mean it... I under... When the... But...
Bring along people who you have not yet recruited.
Singing is so much fun.
Am I doing all right?
Now let's see what's going on down there. Somebody wants to have a conversation.
Right.
Professor.
Oh, hey, Catherine.
I wonder why.
Hey, Chessmaster, how's it going? Sorry.
Why does Lady Rhea give you special treatment? You're not particularly strong or good-looking.
Wrong.
You seem
And wrong.
exceedingly unremarkable.
Also wrong.
Not that I doubt you were a skilled mercenary. Shamir came from the same background, but she doesn't get nearly as much of Lady Rhea's attention. Besides, it'd be one thing if you got brought on as a knight, but a professorship, unprecedented.
It is?
I just don't get it. I'm flummoxed as to why she holds you in such high esteem. And it's not like just anyone can wield the Sword of the Creator. It's a legendary relic, right? And it was casually handed over to you. It's unbelievable. Maybe it's because you're related to Geralt. He was a leader of the Knights of Seros, and probably the finest mercenary in all Fodlan.
Given what I've done so far, hardy fucking hard, that Smash joke. I know, right?
I only had a brief chance to work with him, but I've heard stories. He was quite strong, right?
I'm so incredibly not funny. That just loops right back around to being hilarious. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on. There can't be a soul in Fodlan who hasn't heard tales of the Bladebreaker. Maybe that's it. Geralt used his influence to help you. But Lady Rhea wouldn't give you favorable treatment because of that. No, definitely not. There must be something more to you. Okay, that settles it. I'm going to watch from afar, figure out what Lady Rhea could possibly see in you. Whatever it is, maybe I can copy it so that you'll take a shine to me as well. And if I discover that your intentions are malicious, I'll cut you down with relish.
I welcome the challenge. Let's see if we can grind out some supports. Raphael's over here. Did we even get his C rank support? We did.
Did anything else change besides... Good to see you. I was just on my way to train.
Didn't work. I have no idea how close you are to getting the B rank, so I guess we'll just try it. Let's see.
Is this...
He likes food. He's a simple man.
Is this for... Is this... Did anything else...
Let's see, I'll give like the stuff that people like to those people first before I go crazy with the giving everything to one person.
Well, if that you don't have.
Let's see, floral adornment.
I
Pepper. And the bear. Speaking of Smash, I've been asking around people of who their Star me along with their actual choice? I don't know what you mean by that. Their star me? As in, like, a me costume? Because the me costumes can be, like, anything.
I can't even imagine.
There's quite a bit of a
Hey,
variety in it. The last me they announced, you say, is their star one. Okay, what was the last one that they did? You have a support with Marianne. With Kazuo Shantae. Oh, neat. Yeah, that sounds about right. Shantae was a big request for Smash, I think. At least a lot of people wanted it in that cult following. For Violet, it was Cuphead.
Professor? There's something I need to say.
Speak!
Thank you. How should I put this? I don't seem to be getting along with everyone. I don't contribute much either. Am I a nuisance to you, Professor? If so, I'll leave. Of course, my adoptive father may not understand, but if I must...
Your adoptive father?
Oh, my adoptive father is one of the new nobles of the Alliance. His territory is to the north. He was a distant relative who took me in after my parents vanished.
Proterio was Sans for Sephiroth with Genos. Get the idea. Genos? You mean from One Punch Man? Or Geno from Super Mario RPG?
He's blessed with great drive and ambition. Some may go so far as to call it avarice. He wishes to marry me off to a powerful noble. That's why he sent me to the academy. If I left now, I'm sure he'd have a strong opinion about it. Ah, sorry. I strayed away from the topic. I'm not good at telling stories either.
I understand.
Ah, good. I'm glad. So, as I was saying, are you sure I'm not bothering you, Professor?
No bother at all.
Oh, I'm so grateful to hear you say that. What I'm trying to say is, you should keep your distance. I'm more trouble than I'm worth.
I won't agree to that.
You only say that because you don't know the real me. I'm sorry, I have to go.
Okay, let's go
hey, maybe.
give Ash some stuff.
I can't even imagine.
Alright. Ash. Legends of Chivalry.
Wow.
The coin, which we don't have yet. And the treat. That's basically it for him. The Annette is up here. We have a few things here, but I don't know if we have any of these things remaining. Let's see. The hair clip, which we gave to Dorothy already. Book of Sheet Music is from the Dark Merchant. Yeah, most of the stuff that she likes is from the Dark Merchant. Damn it. See, for Leone, it's the training weight, don't have it. Hunting dagger, and the fishing float. We have some of those.
When you... There's a ritual, I'm sure. However you... What? Wow.
Hey, B rank. And then I think we only have 2 students we're able to, we need to get to B rank and try to recruit them in the next month.
Hey, Professor. Got a
Hitting
minute?
the hard time limit.
Look. I'm sorry I snapped at you. I didn't mean to lose my temper.
I'm not even sure if they're even set to, join. But we'll see.
I was rude to you. I should have known better.
It's alright.
Huh. I thought you might say that. In that way, you're just like Captain Gerald. You accept other people. You don't let petty details get under your skin.
How do you know my father?
Well, when I was a kid, I kind of latched onto him. I've been calling myself his apprentice ever since. He spent some time in the village I grew up in. Actually, you weren't with him back then. Why not?
I don't remember.
Huh. Maybe he left you with a relative or something. Anyway, back then, Gerald's job was to deal with poachers. Well, they were bandits, but we called them poachers. Nobody in the village could stand up to them. But your dad, he took them on like it was nothing. I was so impressed. All I could think was how amazing mercenaries were. I'd lived in that tiny village my whole life, so to me, Captain Gerald was nothing short of a legend. So I went right up to him and I told him I was going to be his apprentice. He didn't stick around long after that, but he did teach me a lot while he was with us. Tactics, strategy, training routines, it was all so new and exciting. So after he left, I kept at it, kept training, just like he taught me.
I'm glad you got to see him again.
Me too. I always planned to meet him again once I became a top-tier mercenary. But I'm just glad I got to see him, to thank him properly and all. I've spent my whole life working to become a great mercenary like your father. There were so many times when I wanted to ask his advice, but I couldn't. I just had to make do. That's how I've made it this far. Just hard work, all on my own. But then you come along, and it's like you don't appreciate Captain Gerald at all, or how lucky you were to have him around your whole life. No, it still really bothers me. You might be his kid, but I'm still his best apprentice. Got it?
B. Let's see. Who does that leave then? We already recruited Felix because we had all of his stats. Ignatsu got lucky, I think. So we still need Ash and Annette. And Raph. Let's try to get Annette. Oof, these kids. Some of them are a bit full themselves, aren't they? Let's make sure we don't give her anything she doesn't like. The watering can works.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man. We're just right there, huh?
Professor.
Yo. Annette would like to speak with you. Is now a good time? Sure.
I'm so sorry, Professor. I somehow overslept and missed our training session.
Wait, we had a training session?
I didn't mean to cause you and the others so much trouble. Imagine if that had happened during one of our missions. It really is inexcusable.
You need to rest more.
It's just, when I'm studying tactics, I lose track of time and... Oh, who am I kidding? I've always been like this. Before I came to the Officers Academy, I was a student at the School of Sorcery in Ferdiad.
Neat.
Even back then, I was pulling all-nighters well before the exams. And I never even noticed I was harming myself. I'm just too focused on my goal. I know I've already told you this, but I really love to learn new things. It's a passion of sorts. I first realized I had the learning bug when I was about 4 or 5 years old. My father was so happy to see me using magic. Seeing him happy made me happy too. And that made me want to work even harder. If only things could have stayed like that.
What do you mean?
When I was about 13, my father left home.
Went to get milk.
He was a devout man, so I figured he'd gone to the monastery. That's why I went to the School of Sorcery, so that I could eventually get accepted at the Officers Academy. I studied harder than ever, and sure enough, I finally earned a referral. Unfortunately, my passion for learning became more of an obsession. I got so focused, I kind of forgot how to relax. Feels like I've been running in circles ever since.
Rest is just as important as work.
That's true. Just look at today. If my hard work stops me from working hard, what good is it? Okay, it's decided. From now on, I'll try my best not to try my best.
That's confusing.
I'm sorry. All I meant is that I'll slow down a bit. From now on, if you see me going overboard, just let me know. I'm a new woman after all.
All right, let's try to deal with Ash and his problems.
I can't even...
Let's see, the whetstone is good.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Not yet.
I can't even...
Let's see, what about the landscape painting or the exotic spices? We have nobody to give the exotic spices to. Where is it? Oh, he actually likes exotic spices.
Wow. I can't even...
Probably gonna get this then.
Wow. I can't even... What?
Then we only have one more student to B rank.
Professor.
Hey, Ash.
Hey, Professor. Did I ever tell you what happened with that thief?
No, you didn't.
I went after him, and I did manage to catch up, but...
You couldn't get him to pay for the book?
Sort of. I actually decided not to make him pay for it. My pockets were pretty empty after that incident, if you want to know the truth. Well, what happened was, when I caught him, I asked him why he stole the book. He said he thought it would fetch a good price, and that he really needed the money. He had a sick kid and couldn't pay for medicine.
Sounds like a lie to me.
Oh, maybe you're right. But if he really did have a sick child, that would be a matter of life and death.
I mean, wasn't there a support conversation between, I think it was Catherine and Eloise, or Shamir and Eloise for this exact thing?
A little money is nothing compared to that. I'd rather believe a lie than risk someone's life if I'm wrong. And to be completely honest, there was a time when I wasn't so different from him.
You were a thief?
It was a long time ago, and I've put all that behind me now. But yes, I was.
Huh.
My parents died of illness, so I had to provide for my little brother and sister. I did my best to earn money for them legitimately, but I wasn't able to bring home enough. So I turned to thieving. From people on the streets, from shops, even from soldiers. I knew it was wrong, but seeing my brother and sister's smiling faces made me too happy to stop.
Can't imagine what that must have been like.
I really regret that part of my life. I was stupid. But shortly after I turned 9, I crept into a local noble's mansion, aiming to steal whatever I could get my hands on. The noble had all sorts of valuables, but what really caught my eye was a book with a fancy cover. That book was Lug and the Maiden of Wind. The knight in the illustrations was so impressive I just couldn't tear my eyes away.
Go on.
You probably see where this is going. Moments after I grabbed the book, I was caught in the act by the noble. And that noble was none other than Lenato. But Lenato was incredibly kind. Without asking any questions, he gave me the book. And money, too. When I told him I couldn't read, he invited me into his mansion, along with my brother and sister. He taught me how to read, personally. So, with the thief I caught in town, I was trying to do the same thing, to be like Lenato. I want to make up for the bad things I've done, to leave this world better than I found it. That's why, even if it wasn't easy on my pockets, I'm proud to say I helped him.
Isn't that a little self-indulgent?
I know what you're trying to say. My contribution probably won't change much. And it's not like I have the money to help everyone who's suffering from poverty. Even so, I can't bear to stand by and do nothing. What else could I have done, Professor?
I like Ashlett's backstory. It's a shame we had to kill Lenato. Gained so much.
Did anything...
Now, let's see if we can get you to the next support rank. Let's see. We're not picky, so...
Thanks!
Just need to make sure he doesn't dislike it. Oh, he actually doesn't dislike anything. Okay.
Thanks! Thanks!
We got him. Target spotted. Begin recruitment. Get him in here.
Professor.
Rafael, like to see me. Is now a good time? Sure.
Great timing, Professor. I was just going to come find you. Are you busy? I have a question about formations. I don't understand them at all. Are the speed of battle and the terrain connected somehow? There's too much to memorize.
You don't have to remember everything.
I don't? Then what do I have to know? I think I understand the basics. To start, you just... Ah, okay. I think I've got it. Thanks for the help, Professor. Brains and brawn. You've really got it all. With your help, I should have no trouble becoming a proper knight.
Why do you want to be a knight?
Huh? Didn't I tell you? My parents were merchants of the Alliance. They died in an accident. That's why it's up to me to look after my little sis. I'm not great with bookkeeping, so I don't think I'd make a good merchant. I talked to Grandpa, and he suggested I become a knight. So I sold all our valuables and used the money to pay my way into the academy. My sis won't survive if I get kicked out. So I can't give up now.
Had you no other options?
I might have tried being a mercenary if I didn't have my little sis to look after. I probably shouldn't say this, but being a mercenary does sound like an easier life. Mercenaries have no responsibilities, and no one else to worry about. But someone's got to take care of my little sis, so that's out of the question. Serving as a knight in a noble house is more secure, and you don't have to worry about dying unless there's a war. My sis has been through so much. I don't want her to have to worry about me. Hey, do you have any siblings, Professor?
Nope.
Then you probably think I'm missing out on my freedom, having to support her, huh? But working hard for my sister isn't too bad. Call it a burden, call it a challenge. If it makes my sister happy, I'm happy too. You've got my sympathy, really. Not having any siblings, I mean. Anyway, that's why I've got to become a proper knight.
God, Raph. So what do we do with our last point? Not really anything in particular I want to do. Guess I'll double check everyone's motivation is high. Oh, Edelgard's only at 2. And Sylvain's only at 2. Okay.
Oh, I love this meal. How did you know?
I realized it after I got to the monastery. Nobody in Fargus knows how to cook.
Alright. Time to talk to Edelgard and see if it ends the day like good day, Master said.
Professor?
Sup? Immediate cutscene.
Professor, will you join me? There's something I must do. It will take a few days, but I promise we'll be back in time for the ceremony at the Holy Tomb.
Where are we going?
It's meant to be a secret, but I'm going to Enbar, the Imperial capital. There is something I must do there.
This decision will drastically change the story. But Violet doesn't have a heartbeat. I'll go with you. Damn right I'm certain. For Edelgard.
Thank you, my teacher.
Flames for the Flame Emperor.
Father,
Oh, hello.
Forgive me for asking this of you. I know how much pain you're in, how the burden of the throne weighs heavily on you. And so...
There is no need to apologize, Edelgard. You must know that I do not have much time left in this world.
He's not looking too good.
The time has come.
Thank you, Father. Now, to complete the Imperial succession, you must relinquish your crown here in the throne room. The Archbishop of the Church of Seros would normally act as witness, but my professor will fill that role instead.
Edelgard.
From this day forward, the weight of the Empire's future shall rest upon my shoulders. All that I do will be for the benefit of the people of Fodlan.
Edelgard von Hesvelg, the crown is yours. By the covenant between the red blood and the white sword, and by the double-headed eagle upon your head, I hereby pronounce you the new Emperor. Are you prepared to take those responsibilities as your own?
In accordance with the ancient covenant, and in keeping with the Hresvelg legacy, I swear that upon this throne, I shall use my reign to lead Fodlan to a new dawn and achieve peace for all.
The Imperial succession is complete. My daughter, I regret that I could not do more for you. When you were stolen away to the kingdom, when the Prime Minister did those horrible things, I could only watch in horror.
I understand, Father. In those dark times, your eyes and your fists were my salvation. Within your eyes, I saw true care. And upon your fists, clenched tight with indignity, I saw the blood that dripped and fell. Even as I bled, I felt that you too must also be bleeding.
Your Majesty, you must not leave your sleeping chambers in your condition. Ah, Edelgard. I did not expect to find your highness here.
This guy's voice is just...
Prime Minister, you have misspoken. I am no longer your highness, but rather your majesty.
Impossible!
It is true. Edelgard is the new emperor of the Etrestian Empire. We will summon the officials and prepare an ordinance at once. And you, Prime Minister,
are dismissed. It will be some time before you are allowed to make contact with the outside world again.
No! How can this be? I... understood, Your Majesty.
Wonder.
Edelgard, my dear El, I leave the fate of Fodlan in your capable hands.
Father. Thank you for staying by my side, Professor. Now that I'm the Emperor, it's time to grasp my destiny. After the ceremony at the Holy Tomb, I must return to Enbar. This may be the last we see of each other. We are out of time, my teacher. Everyone is waiting for us. We must go.
Yep. So it skips that lecture day because, got it. Sounds like Annette wants to join Byla's house. Will I hear them out? Yeah.
Professor, hi! I have a request for you, if that's okay. So, I want to join your class, please?
Welcome aboard.
Huh? Really? Oh, thank you! I'm so happy right now. I just know I'll be able to learn all sorts of things with your guidance. I can't wait.
Yeah, join the house. Yeah.
Just leave this to us.
We will take no time at all.
We did it!
Good.
Well, that worked out.
I'm certain I've improved.
Aha! I'm getting it! I get it!
Now today. If allies who qualify for special exams, take a look at certifications to review which they can take, but note, these exams require the Abyssian exam pass, which can be acquired only from within Abyss. I'm pretty sure that is just Byleth, right? Yep. I qualify, but not a high chance of getting it. It automatically changed me into the Enlightened one, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Perfect. Ooh, A-rank stuff. Allies can counterattack when they are attacked from outside the usual range for 5 turns. That's a pretty neat one, I gotta say. You can only use E-rank stuffs. Absorption. Yeah, he's walking, so he can actually do other stuff now. Is there anything Ferdinand can do? Not yet. He actually has less strength. It just gets it all gets poured into defense, it looks like. Neat. What are the goals? Yeah, he's going for Great Knight because I want to see what happens with it. He's learning Spears or Dark Knight. Yeah. I think she's basically set to go into Bow Knight once she's the level, right? Oh, riding needs to be A or higher. She's almost there. She'll reach it eventually. She's learning swords and axes. Why is she learning axes again? I may have been trying to get her... I've been trying to get her Brigand. Might have been what I was going for. I feel like throwing her into Trickster would be a good idea. When she maxes out Assassin and gets free Assassinate. Yeah, I see no reason to change anybody else's learning. So then, let's see what we got in the battles. One auxiliary battle. Alright. Ignatz and Raphael, two sons of merchant families, set out to put an end to a series of monster attacks on merchants in Alliance territory. Can't exactly remember what happens in this one, but yeah.
So basically we just gotta defeat their leader, right? Then why don't we approach from... that won't work at all. Horses won't fit through there. I can't figure this out. I give up.
Gotta calm down and think it through.
But enemies never move how you want them to in a real battle, do they? I reckon I learned better on the battlefield.
Professor, I need to speak with you.
Ignatz, you alright?
I received a letter from my brother back home. There's some disturbing news.
What's going on?
Monsters have been attacking merchants within the Alliance territories.
That happens all the time. I mean, that's how my parents died, so...
Raphael, I didn't mean to bring up such a sensitive topic in your presence.
Hey, don't worry about that. Come on, let's hear the rest of it.
Very well. These attacks seem to be focused on specific merchants.
Like who?
Those who are traveling from the territory of House Gloucester to the Regan Dukedom. Merchants traveling in the opposite direction, from Regan to Gloucester, don't suffer nearly as many attacks.
That doesn't make any sense. Someone's gotta deal with those monsters, though.
Agreed. At this rate, my father and brother can't conduct business without risking their lives. Professor, could you assist me? I need your help exterminating these creatures.
Now you're talking. I'm going too. I'm not learning anything in a classroom. You're gonna go, right, Professor? Don't you want to help these folks?
You depart at once.
Yeah.
And I'm going to look up something, because I am sort of confused about it. I remember there was a paralogue with Anna.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Is there some kind of stipulation to starting
I can't
it?
begin to express my gratitude.
But she doesn't gain any support levels. The Secret Merchant. Cannot be played on the Black Eagles and Silver Snow route. Got it. Pretty sure those are the routes that we're on. I don't know all the names offhand. Okay, this map. Okay, it was the time limit with the merchants being stuck here, and they basically send a monster after it, right? Dang, we recruited him and he's level 26. That one chapter really made a difference. What is the condition exactly? Defeat the enemy commander. I could end this in one turn. If I want to, I think I could end this in one turn. I'm going to check. Like, I'm not going to end in one turn because I could use the experience and class levels. But this will be a good, funny way to end the night to see if this works.
The merchants could...
Look,
Leave it to me.
We're just short. And by just short, I mean 8 magic short. Well, those were the shot. If I actually got the flyer class, I could have done it. So, we'll get back to this next time. It's getting pretty late. Tomorrow is 4th of July, right? Oh, sorry, today is 4th of July. It's 1:39 in the morning. I'll probably be back sometime tomorrow. I won't be able to stream super late in the night, but in the middle of the day, I got nothing going on, so till then, have a good night.